Senate will come out of recess. I call the Senate to order, and I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Good morning, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to the chaplain, Reverend John Hopkins. Welcome.
It's Memorial Day this upcoming weekend. That's what our prayer will be around. Let us pray. As our nation pauses today to remember those in the military who have given their lives for freedoms we enjoy, we pray you would have us all look to you for strength, comfort, and guidance. Be with all who serve in our armed forces. Bless them and their families. Grant them loving protection. We are thankful today for the freedoms and the sacrifices they have given us, and for the price that was paid so that we could live free. We remember today the cost of it all, the great sacrifice for freedom, and we thank the brave men and women who have fought and continue to fight so courageously for our nation. We ask a blessing over them and their families. Remember that the price of war was their lives, and we pray for peace so that no one else has to die. We pray that justice and truth will rule our land. We pray that we can learn to live in harmony with all people. We pray that our world will learn to solve problems through compromise and talking to each other. We pray this day that the New Hampshire State Senate be worthy of the sacrifice of those who have given the last great measure. That we would look beyond our political party, selfish ambition, or hardened hearts. That the New Hampshire State Senate serve as an example of what it means to live in peace. Use our senators to build a more safe state, nation, and world. In doing, they honor the sacrifices of those who have fought for a world of freedom and liberty for all. Amen.
Senator Daniels, can you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Introduction of guests, Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am very proud today to, with Senator Ricciardi, introduce Rebecca Wojtkowski and her daughter Natasha from Bedford. And then I'm also incredibly honored to introduce a close family friend of ours, Callie Wampler and her daughter Jolene from Henniker. And then I want to welcome back my son to the Senate, Jackson Whitley.
Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. What many of you may not know is I grew up one of 6 children on the North Shore of Massachusetts, and my mother did a fabulous job, even through some tough times, raising 3 boys and raising 3 girls, and making sure that we got all our homework done, that we were well fed, and always had a glass of milk before we went to bed. I've been fortunate this year for her to become one of our newest Granite Staters. She sold our childhood home and moved to my street. So my mother is now my neighbor and a Granite Stater, and she's here today to see us all in action and say hello. This is Frances Lobner. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I saw up in the gallery a former colleague of ours. Please join me in welcoming Senator Peggy Gilmore.
Further introductions? We ready for the last day of school? You may be seated. Without objection, Senate Rule 6-22 is suspended to allow consideration of the consent list. Senator Bradley moves that the Senate adopt the Committee of Conference reports that are on the consent list before you today. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Without objection, the clerk is instructed to enter all House messages into the Senate Journal. Without objection, the clerk shall read the first recommendation, and thereafter only the title of each bill shall be read. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1221 FN relative to the rate of business profits tax. The recommendation is that the House secede from its position of non-concurrence with the Senate amendment and then concur with the Senate amendment, and the Senate and House each pass the bill as amended by the Senate.
Question is, shall the Senate adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1221? Is there any discussion? Senator Susi.
House Bill 1221 and to explain my vote here today. As you know, Mr. President, throughout the session, I've consistently asked to divide this question on HB 1221 whenever it was up for a vote. Of course, per our rules, we're not able to divide the question on the Committee of Conference before us now. So for those reasons, Mr. President, I want to make clear and continue to oppose the reduction in the business profits tax. This reduction isn't something that business owners have asked for. What we have been asked for by our constituents is meaningful property tax relief. And today, I oppose giving businesses and corporations yet another permanent tax break, and then at the same time only providing one-time assistance for our cities and towns. And I take issue with the legislative findings in this bill, which to me read more like a political press statement than actual legislative findings. Having said that, however, I am going to support this report, as it is clearly simply an up or down vote, and it will provide at least some relief to our property taxpayers. In supporting this report, I'm also honoring the incredible work of our late friend and dear colleague, Representative Rennie Cushing, who worked tirelessly on behalf of the working people of New Hampshire. I look forward to continuing to work next year to provide more permanent and meaningful property tax relief for our constituents, and I hope all my colleagues will join me in working to enshrine this relief on an ongoing basis in statute next session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Further discussion? Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bill in its entirety. And just for the record, to remind the body that we have provided significant property tax relief. To it, $36 million for bridges, Senate Bill 401, $30 million in municipal highway block grants, again, Senate Bill 401, $1 million for body-worn and dashboard camera grants to local law enforcement, again, Senate Bill 401, $28 million to cities and towns through a one-time contribution to municipal retirement costs, that's this bill, $24 million in extraordinary need grants to New Hampshire school districts, Senate Bill 420, $12.65 million for municipal water projects, House Bill 398, and a $5 million increase in nursing home reimbursement rates for Senate Bill 412. These are all contributing to the reduction in local property tax rates, which we leave to the discretion of the locally elected officials to determine. With respect to the 7.5% on the business profits tax, that was a promise made several years ago, which we are now fulfilling in its entirety as a body and as a legislature. For those reasons, Mr. President, I speak in support. Thank you.
Senator Gaida. Senator Rosenwald.
I wanted to make a parliamentary inquiry. Is this the appropriate time?
Please state your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I believe that our cities and towns need financial assistance on their pension costs, not just one time, but every year, and I know that I will fight to do so if I get reelected. But if I also believe that voting right now to provide financial assistance to the cities and towns is the right thing to do, and also honors the memory of our colleague, House Democratic Leader Rennie Cushing, would I now vote to adopt the conference report on this bill?
If you're in favor of House Bill 1221, you're going to say aye. If you're opposed, you're going to say no. You ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Bradley, seconded by Senator Gaida. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1221 is adopted 24-0. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1431 FNL, establishing the Parental Bill of Rights.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1431? Is there any discussion? Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1431. Even children with the most loving and supportive parents benefit from interacting with other safe and trusted adults in their lives, like teachers. But when we pass a policy that makes educators and school staff question their ability to engage in conversations with students, it's our children who suffer. As written, the bill invites confusion about when, if ever, educators can support children who come to them with concerns. In fact, under this legislation, teachers and schools face potential litigation for any violation which is overly vague, and if it's inadvertent, and even if they're trying to help a child in crisis. The confusion and fear created by this bill is going to impede critical relationships between children and educators. Without question, this bill is going to open up the state and our political subdivisions and schools to liability. Most importantly, passage of this legislation is going to leave at-risk children to suffer alone, even when they've had the courage to confide in an adult in what they think. Mr. President, colleagues, I cannot in good faith support this legislation. I am a mother first and foremost, and I respectfully urge my colleagues to vote this down. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I can't believe I'm going to read this, but I don't want to miss anything. I should just talk to you. But President Biden said that parents' rights don't extend to the classroom. That affronted me, but it further affronted me when he said children are theirs when they're in schools. That's not the way it is in New Hampshire, Mr. President. In New Hampshire, families come first always. Parents have the final word on their child's health, their education, their welfare, not the state, and certainly not the school districts. Parents love their children. We know them inside and out. I choked up last time because I had a cold, but I'm not. If you go into my office, the number one thing in my life is number 13. All my kids are 13, like other great athletes from Salem. And I care more about from the day they're born. I'm there when we're on trips and kids have thrown up in my mouth. I know every idiosyncrasy of my children, Mr. President. And I know my children, again, more than their teachers, more than any of the 8 or 9 teachers that they have this year who are there for 9 months and then going to be replaced. They certainly care, but they do not care like a parent. And they do not have the right to keep a parent out of the loop or withhold crucial information that I need to help raise my children. The fact that some parents may act badly does not justify withholding information from parents. You can't penalize the majority of New Hampshire's loving families because of a few bad apples. If a child needs help, most teachers and staff have no counseling qualifications. What right would a school have not to disclose to me or any other parent? And then if something happens to my child, they harm themselves, surely the school would be liable for withholding this information. I have insurance that my kids could go get adequate counseling. My kids do not always want to come to me with their problems, but I am the one, and my wife or whoever in any family situation, we're the ones that need to be disclosed this information. Failing to disclose these facts won't allow me to address these risks through medical intervention. 1431 requires notification to parents when and if a school takes action under school policies. not for every conversation. If a kid has a brief word with you, that's not going to have to be reported. What if my student, though, is getting harassed or bullied due to their sexual orientation? Is the school going to keep me out of the loop on that then, too? The school has a duty to inform me that my child is being harmed. A school that keeps its actions towards a child from the parent is interfering with my basic constitutional right to raise my child. Supreme Court case law has been clear on this. The constitutional rights of parents to direct the upbringing of their child is theirs and is sheltered by the 14th Amendment. In MLB versus SLJ in 1996, the Supreme Court confirmed that the state does not have a right to interfere with the parent's right to raise their child. One other thing I want to talk about, Mr. President, is the capacity of a minor. There's a reason they can't contract. If they need to go to a doctor, the parents have to be informed. If they need mental health counseling, the parent is always kept in the loop. My child at 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 16 has a diminished capacity. It's recognized legally, and I know that my kid may want to keep something from me because they think I might get mad at them. I'm not. Most New Hampshire parents are going to accept any situation that comes in the house. And again, just because there's a few parents who don't, doesn't mean that we're going to take away the rights of most New Hampshire families and parents. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Senator Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I invite my colleagues to join me in welcoming the 4th grade class from the Stratford School.
Senator Perkins Spoker.
Defer to my colleagues for a moment, if I may.
Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1431, a parental bill of rights, which by label, by title, is something that I think we all want to say, yes, parental bill of rights. Parents have rights. We define that in law. But the vagaries that we have in this law are something that we have not dealt with. And don't we have an obligation in this body to get this right? I want to give you a perspective from a teacher's point of view, because teachers enter the profession to educate students. That's their number one goal. That's what they're trained to do. It's what they've wanted to do for their life. Maybe they chose the profession because they had a trusted relationship with their teachers, someone who helped them overcome learning difficulties, sponsored a school activity, pushed a student to try something that they hadn't done before. Teachers did not enter the profession to manage social, emotional challenges of students, or to be police school hallways. But that's what they're asked to do on a daily basis. Police school hallways deal with students' social and emotional challenges. A teacher gives up their prep period to provide hall duty between class periods. A student wears a t-shirt with a rifle on it down in the hallway. And now we want that teacher to be the hallway cop. It violates school policy to have that rifle on a t-shirt. So the teacher can ask the student to cover it up. Cover up the t-shirt. Turn the shirt inside out. Do they report that to the parent? Or do they just ignore it and say, why bother? I don't want to confront the parent over somebody wearing a rifle t-shirt in school. But 1431 states that that's what they're supposed to do. 1431 states the right to be notified promptly when a school board, anybody involved in a school, any school employee, initiates, terminates, or changes in a club or other extracurricular activities that a student may engage in. But what if a school doesn't keep track of voluntary activities? like joining a club or a co-curricular activity. What if they don't do it? Does that obviate the need to report it? Never initiate a record of participation, then you don't need to track participation, and you don't need to promptly notify a parent. Simple solution. We haven't dealt with that. And what if a male student comes to class wearing makeup? Is that a reportable event under gender expression or identity? And we've said that we don't have social workers in our school, but frankly, if you remember our Medicaid to school debate of a couple of years ago, we did legislate that school social workers, school psychologists, they are licensed professionals. They buy practice boards. And school counselors are licensed as well. Those positions are all part of a minimum cost of instruction. And we've never engaged any of those populations in this discussion of what it means to promptly notify a parent if they've provided services to a child. So these are some of the vagaries by sections of the bill that constituencies have clearly stated are the most controversial, and asking us to address those, but we haven't done that yet. So, Mr. President, I just want to remind us that last year our legislative session concluded with one of the most controversial items being the inclusion of a divisive concepts bill being tucked in to the budget bill after massive public objection. And this year we're doing the same thing. We're taking a highly controversial bill that one party is jamming through the legislative process despite widespread objections. It's like there's some national policy organization that's forcing our state, and it just doesn't fit us. We have teachers looking over shoulders, doubting whether they can discuss controversial current topics on the minds of their students. And now we're going to impose another requirement that questions whether educators can have a discussion with a student without reporting on it to students' parents. Currently, collegiate enrollment in teaching professions is at a historic low point. And our state's public schools are experiencing critical staffing shortages in 50 out of 54 nationally certified fields. Is this the priority piece of legislation that we should be passing now? With these questions still in the minds of constituencies across our state? I think not. I think it is one more ice cube being added to the chilling effect on our actions on New Hampshire educators. We should be aiming to get this right and not passing it without regard for the concerns of major constituencies in our state. I hope that the body will vote against this conference committee report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. Senator Perkins Coker.
Do you want me to? Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in opposition to the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1431. The portion of this bill that scares me the most, and that is scaring kids across the state who, like me, do not identify as heterosexual, was added in during an executive session without giving the public a chance to weigh in. However, the moment that language was added, the public spoke up. The committee heard from the ACLU, the Council of Churches, NAMI New Hampshire, New Futures, Waypoint, the Office of the Child Advocate, and a variety of other organizations about how this language, which will force our schools to out their students, is discriminatory. It's dangerous and could have significant negative impacts on the mental health of our LGBTQ children. And yet the committee did not listen. The committee concurred on HB 1431 with the full knowledge that this bill is directly targeting our LGBTQ children during a national LGBTQ movement. From the bottom of my heart, I do not understand the desire to out our kids before they are ready. When someone comes out to their friends and family, it is deeply personal. Did someone report on you guys while you were learning who you loved in this world? For some, it is the moment they begin to live publicly as their truest self, but for others, it is the moment where family relationships are broken, their safety is put on the line, and in some of the worst cases, it is the moment a child is kicked out of their home. I do believe the vast majority of parents are good and loving, but not every parent is going to love their child unconditionally. The data tells us this. As we consider our vote on this legislation today, I would ask you to think about the 660 New Hampshire kids experiencing a mental health crisis or suicidal thoughts who reached out to the Trevor Project for help last year. I have to be honest, I just don't know how we justify to them a legislative need for control over their personal story and how that could possibly be more important than their safety, than their identity, and than their dignity. I ask you to oppose this committee of conference report. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Coker. Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1431, just like my colleagues do. As you all know, I've spent my entire career working to support New Hampshire's most vulnerable children. And over the past few legislative sessions, I've been proud to work with many of you, building a comprehensive children's system of care, a child protection system based on prevention, and increasing access to community supports for New Hampshire families. But colleagues, this bill undermines and undoes years of that good bipartisan work. Just 2 years ago, the legislature amended the purpose section of the Child Protection Act to read, and I quote, that the best interests of the child shall be the primary consideration of the court in all proceedings under this chapter, end quote. After several tragic and horrific cases of child abuse here in New Hampshire, this was a critical step to ensure children's safety and well-being. And colleagues, we need to remain steadfast in that commitment to children. And we should continue to pass legislation that prioritizes the needs and well-being of New Hampshire's children above all else. But this bill before us makes absolutely no reference to children's rights. It doesn't mention a child's right to have their unique needs met and to be free from abuse and neglect. It doesn't mention the right to a safe, healthy, and supportive environment and the right to receive a strong education that allows them to meet the challenges of the future. As my colleague from District 23 said, parents' rights already exist in law. And by outlining parents' rights, many of which exist in the Constitution, our statutes, case law, practice, we seem to be elevating the rights of parents, even those parents who actively harm, abuse, or neglect their children, to the exclusion of unmentioned children's rights. I would never stand here, never, and say that parents don't have a right to raise their children in the way they see fit. As a mother, I truly hope that I'm raising my son to be kind, thoughtful, and true to himself. But I would also never stand here and say that my son does not deserve the right to be safe, healthy, and pursue happiness in his own unique way. Every child deserves that right. Every child deserves a safe, healthy, and affirming home environment. But when that is not possible, schools must be a place of refuge and support. My friends, we all know this bill is wrong for New Hampshire's children, and I truly hope that we can put aside our differences to do what we have tried to do in this body so many times, protect and honor our children, and send a strong message to our most vulnerable Granite Staters that they belong and that they are protected in New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against the Committee of Conference report on HB 1431. We all know we've reached a crisis point in responding to children's mental health needs in this state, even before those struggles were exacerbated by the pandemic. Remember, we had 51 children in our emergency rooms in mental health crisis just a year ago, February. I'm proud to say this body has done a lot of good work to stand up the mental health system of care for children in this state. While we've made strides towards improving our response to these children in need, we can't take our eyes off the ball. There's still so much work to be done, and I'm afraid that the bill before us moves us backwards and will actually cause harm to the very kids who need our help. And this harm isn't theoretical, it's real. The Trevor Project's 2022 National Survey on LGBTQ Youth Mental Health surveyed the experiences of nearly 34,000 LGBTQ youth ages 13 to 24 across the country. It is one of the most diverse surveys of this population ever conducted, and it demonstrates that rates of suicidal thought have trended upwards among these young people over the last 3 years. The data is truly eye-opening, and I'd like to share just a couple of these findings. 45% of LGBTQ youth seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year. Fewer than 1 in 3 transgender and non-binary youth found their home to be gender affirming. I want to repeat that. We have to step outside our own homes where we may be loving parents and recognize that 1 in 3, fewer than 1 in 3 transgender and non-binary youth found their own home to be gender affirming. And finally, LGBTQ youth who found their school to be an affirming environment reported lower rates of suicide. The way things are right now, put in jeopardy by this bill, is life-saving. Life-saving. This bill is putting our children's, maybe not our own children, but New Hampshire children's lives at risk. When a child is brave enough to ask for help, we owe it to them to respond swiftly and sufficiently to meet their needs and ensure their safety. This is our shared responsibility across the board. Parents, teachers, legislators. This state is all about community. Of course, we all want parents to have meaningful and supportive relationships with their children and vice versa. I don't hear anyone in this body saying that parents shouldn't be at the forefront. Parents are absolutely responsible for their children. There's no question about that here. In addition to that, I think it's important for kids to know that the trusted adults in their lives, including those at their school, can be resources for them and also want what's best for them. I have 3 boys. I have a great relationship with my kids, and I'm really proud of it. I also happen to know that they're fortunate to have other adults in their lives, including their teachers, who they can turn to if they need to. I trust my kids. And while I always want them to know they can come to me with anything, I also take comfort in knowing that if they're dealing with something, and for whatever reason they don't feel ready to come to me, there are other trusted adults in their lives they can lean on, who care for them and who want what's best for them. This bill is not what the children of New Hampshire deserve. We can and we must do better by them, and I respectfully urge my colleagues to reject this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. Further discussion? Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against the Committee of Conference report on HB 1431 as well. Mr. President, as we've heard from many of our colleagues, I think we all fundamentally agree that parents are responsible for their children and their upbringing. In fact, I think the vast majority of parents do their very best for their children. But the truth is, not every parent is loving or supportive, and we all know too well the dangerous situations some children experience here in New Hampshire. We're all familiar with the case of 5-year-old Harmony Montgomery, an at-risk child who has been missing for over 2 years now. Harmony's case is an unfortunate and highly visible example of parents' rights being at odds with children's safety. Earlier this month, the Massachusetts Office of the Child Advocate released their investigation report on Massachusetts' actions in the case, and their key finding is that in the report is that Harmony's unique needs and well-being were not prioritized on the same level as her parents' rights. And we don't want that egregious, mistaken policy here in New Hampshire. Before we adopt this report, I think it's incumbent upon us to ask ourselves, do we envision elevating parents' rights to direct the upbringing and care of a child to the exclusion of consideration of the child's unique needs and their right to have access to other trusting adults looking out for their best interests? Or over the commitment the state has to educate all our children? That's what we're doing here today if we adopt this report. I think the bill sets a dangerous precedent. Again, I would urge my colleagues to reject this report. Let's come back to the drawing board next year and see if we can't get this right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Further discussion? Senator Shardy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The first thing that I really want to say is that I would absolutely never support any legislation that went against the gay community. I believe people should absolutely be and live their authentic self. But what I find so perplexing is that we have discussed this in this very chambers in the past, and it went through committee of conference. But the elephant in the room that has not been discussed is, why did this bill get created in the first place? The bill got created in the first place because parents have concerns that their young minor children are being labeled. These young children in school are being asked how they identify and what pronoun they want to use. Nobody's talking about this, but this is what parents are concerned about. These are minor children. Children can be confused when they're young. It can be hormonal, but they figure it out. And they can figure it out with loving parents, yes, and with teachers. But we can't have false narratives. False narratives harm our children. They don't help our teachers. They don't help our parents, and they don't help the gay community. You know, my son, when he was in first grade, I was driving him to school with a bunch of other children, and they started talking about adoption. And my son said, "Oh, I don't know anybody adopted." I said, "Yes, you do. Maylene, Gian, Mia, Zach, Zoe." "Mom, they're adopted? They look just like their parents." Their parents are Caucasian, and the children are Asian. The kids just need to go to school and get their education. That's what parents are sending them there for. They are young minor children. And when I say false narrative, I am a seeker of the truth. I want to do what's right for the people of New Hampshire and for all of our children. So when you're a seeker of the truth, it's not about who's right or being right, it's about what's right. So I would like to read some of the objections and speak to the truth. Some of the objections from the activists are that HB 1431 would give parents the final word on their child's health, education, and welfare. That's true. The bill gives parents the final say. The second objection from the activists, even in cases where it puts the child at risk, including children who are exploring or questioning their gender identity or sexual orientation. That is false. The bill does not require disclosure for students questioning or confiding in teachers, only for needed action by school authorities pursuant to school policies. The Attorney General objections. Objection number 1. The bill has sections mandating school faculty and staff inform parents about a student's questioning of their gender identity or sexual orientation could conflict with the state's law against discrimination. That is false. There are no school policies in New Hampshire that require disclosure for students questioning of their gender identity or sexual orientation. Anti-discrimination laws are not relevant for this circumstance. Objection 2. The bill targets based upon their gender identity or expression for different treatment from other students. That's false. The bill does not target or treat trans and gender nonconforming students differently. All students are subject to parental notification for many different reasons. Objection 3. The bill will require school staff to effectively out students against their students' wishes to their parents. False. The bill does not require disclosure for students confiding in teachers. The trigger is action by school authorities pursuant to school policies, such as for mental health counseling or record changes. Confiding doesn't count. I say, what are we doing here? Parents, the vast majority of parents, if not all, love their children. The vast majority of parents want what's best for their children, and they want to help them navigate what's going on. For the percentage that's not, there are provisions in that bill. I guess what I should finally say is that if you do not believe that parents love their children, if you do not believe that parents have the right to navigate their young minor children, if you believe that children should be labeled, and if you don't believe that everyone should be equal and live their authentic life, then vote no for this bill. But if you believe that parents love their children more than their own life, that parents want to support whomever their children are, that parents have the right to know what's going on in their minor children's school education. If you believe people should not be labeled, but live to be authentically, you will vote yes for this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I rise to speak against the committee report on House Bill 1431, and I do so to address some unintended consequences that I feel this legislation will have. First, let me say I was relieved to see that the bill was amended to make a privacy exception for individuals with active restraining orders in place. As we know, victims of domestic violence and crimes like stalking, human trafficking, go to great lengths to keep their personal information private, as they have real safety concerns they're attempting to address. I am concerned, though, that the language before us only requires that in these situations, school administrators take all reasonable steps necessary. Let me repeat, all reasonable steps necessary to ensure that private information is protected. This language is vague and doesn't adequately respond to the concerns raised by the advocacy community. What's reasonable in one school may not be reasonable in another, and that's going to lead to inconsistencies throughout our system. Further, Mr. President, I think the bill lists several types of protective orders that people may seek, but it fails to recognize that these types of orders, when they're included in divorce decrees or parenting plans, as is so often the case, it just fails to recognize that. And I appreciate that the bill includes language stating that it doesn't authorize a parent to engage in unlawful conduct or abuse or neglect of a child. Despite that, though, the language of the bill is still dangerously broad. Without more precise language in the definitions or specific criteria, decisions by child welfare agencies regarding the safety of at-risk children could become arbitrary. Right now, determinations in cases of alleged abuse and neglect are based on a preponderance of the evidence standard. In many abuse and neglect cases, that resulted in death or murder of New Hampshire children, it was because a preponderance of the evidence standard had not been met for the removal of that child. We have fallen short in several occasions where children have sadly been killed. More plainly put, though, there's already an incredibly high legal standard protecting parents' rights, and that in some past instances has actually kept children in dangerous situations where they were ultimately harmed and, as I said, tragically, even murdered. While I understand the desire to keep parents in the know, keep parents in the loop, yes, parents love their children. Parents want to know what's going on. I think what we're doing here is using a chainsaw where a scalpel might have sufficed, where we could have more surgically and with greater precision tried to address the concerns that others have raised. I'm gravely concerned about the unintended consequences that this bill represents, and I also wanted to address one comment that was made about the use of pronouns and preferred names of children. That's not medical care or mental health treatment. What that is kindness, and it's kindness that has been shown to reduce depression, suicidal ideation, suicidal behavior. I think teachers in our school systems practice acts of kindness every day. We see it throughout our schools here in New Hampshire. And for all of these reasons, Mr. President, I respectfully urge my colleagues to vote down this report. This is not ready for prime time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in favor of the Committee of Conference report. Mr. President, we have in this chamber discussed this bill, I thought, pretty extensively. And what I think has happened here is that a lot of these special interest groups did not come to the committee. The Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence did not come to the committee and testify. But yet when that objection was raised, we put language in that protected their position. I would like to address, the previous speaker spoke about protecting children. The language that we put in there came from the the Division of Youth and Family Services. And it was their language that they asked that we put into the bill, which we did, which protects children. But I'd also like to address a couple of other comments that were made here. My colleague from District 21 read a list of organizations that are against this bill. It's all special interest groups, but on the other side, I'd like to speak for the hundreds of parents who have contacted me, that have stopped me when I'm out walking my dog, or at the grocery store, getting gas at the gas station, or going to the mall, that have said, I support this language. I want you to pass this bill. So I ask all of you to weigh, who do you support, parents or special interest groups? That's a question we all have to answer for ourselves. One other of my colleagues from District 24 brought up the fact about community. And I agree, children do need a community, but is it a community when the parents are left out of the loop? I don't believe so. My colleague from District 4 brought up the Harmony Montgomery situation. We all know that this is a horrible tragedy. This is a horrific tragedy for this family to go through. But this did not happen here in New Hampshire. This happened because of a failure of the Massachusetts Division of Children's Services. They failed this child, not the state of New Hampshire. Mr. President, my colleague from District 9 brought up a good question. How did we get here? How did we get to even begin to pass a bill like this? Well, let me bring up a couple of points. Earlier this year, the National School Boards Association called parents who went to school board meetings and were upset and angry at policies that were developed by school boards. They called them domestic terrorists. Can you imagine that? Being an advocate for your child, which is what you want every parent to do. Be an advocate for your child, but yet you're now labeled a domestic terrorist. How many parents were escorted by the police out of a school board meeting? I ask all of you. I can tell you in Londonderry, police were routinely available in that room. You don't think that's intimidating for parents who are there to advocate for their children? It's not right. That's one reason why we're here today discussing this bill. The other reason is that dozens of New Hampshire school districts have policies on their books that instruct teachers and faculty to, number one, keep gender and sexual confusion secret from parents. Number two, to lie and deceive parents about their children. And policies that have been recommended by the New Hampshire School Boards Association in the years from 2015 to 2022 state school personnel should not disclose information that may reveal a student's transgender status or gender nonconforming presentation to others, including parents or other school personnel, unless legally required to do so or unless the student has authorized such disclosure. And when contacting the parent or guardian of a transgender or gender nonconforming student, school personnel should use the student's legal name and the pronoun corresponding to the student's gender assigned at birth, unless the student, parent, or guardian has specified otherwise. This is why this bill is needed. These policies were designed to deceive the parents. It's not right, and it's not fair. What it does, in many respects, is that it forces a child to live a double life. They have one life in school, they have another life at home, and those two really don't intersect, do they? But what happens when a child who lives down the street, who goes to school with your child, comes to his parent and says, "Mom, what's going on? Johnny, who lives up the street, we know is Johnny, but in school, he wants to be called Jane. And everybody calls him Jane. What's going on?" You don't think that parent's not going to call the other parent and tell them? What a way to find out. Do you think that's healthy for a child? I sure don't. I sure don't. So, some of the other points that have been brought up, and I received this morning a document from the National Legal Foundation that addresses the legality of House Bill 1431, because our Department of Justice came in during the committee conference that day and handed us all a document telling us why there were problems with this bill. And I'd like to point out that at no point up until then did they contact us to tell us we have issues with the bill. So I'd like to just give a little bit of history on this. The fundamental right of parents to direct their children's education started in a case, Meyer versus Nebraska, in 1923, involving a state education policy for minor children contrary to the desire of the parents. The Supreme Court of the United States has consistently recognized the fundamental rights of parents to direct the welfare, education, and upbringing of their children without undue influence from the state. This liberty interest is protected by the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment and was long established previously in common law. The 14th Amendment forbids the government to infringe fundamental liberty interests at all, no matter what process is provided, unless the infringement is narrowly tailored to serve a compelling state interest. It goes on to explain another series of legal cases that I just really don't want to bore everybody with at this point in time. But I would ask you, there is an opinion here that says it is not educators, but parents who have the primary right in the upbringing of their children. I think this is something that we all agree in. School officials have only a secondary responsibility and must respect those rights. So why are our schools adopting a policy to keep parents out of the loop? Why? I don't have an answer for that. But this bill puts parents back in the loop. We've heard it's to protect children. How is it protecting a child when you force them to live a double life? We've talked about the mental health status of kids. I can't even begin to imagine their mental health status when they have to live a life one place and live a different life someplace else. How is that helpful to them? I think there are others here, but I would also like to remind everyone, at the front page of the New Hampshire, Manchester Union Leader, and in the Nashua Telegraph is a parent who is suing the Manchester School District over this issue. They are not looking for money. They're looking at the constitutionality of this policy, and it will be decided. But there's a lot of legal precedent, and it's going to bear us watching this decision to see what happens, this case. And this person who brought the case forward is a teacher, and this was her child. This is her child. Parents have fundamental rights, and that right is to be included in these types of decisions, not to be kept out of the loop. School board policies have been adopted, and in this instance, they're wrong. And I worry about the long-term damage that's going to happen with these children concerning their relationship with their parents. I just don't understand. I do want to bring up the point that kids can definitely talk to their teachers, school counselors, about any issue that's important to them. It is only when the school acts, when the parents become involved. Don't leave parents out of this. We've heard all these things about these parents and how terrible they are and so on and so forth. Don't forget, teachers are mandatory reporters. And if they think a child is being abused, they have the legal obligation to report it. So there are protections in place. I can't imagine what a child feels like to be put in this kind of a situation. And I wonder, are they just going to repress it because they're really concerned? I don't think that's the way we want to go, and I don't think this is where we want to be. Parents have that fundamental right, and school policy is taking away their fundamental rights. They don't have the right to do that. It is unconstitutional. And I just hope that parents don't sue school districts over this and want monetary damages. Because then guess who pays for all of that? We do, for them making a mistake. It's a huge responsibility, but it's not the responsibility of the school. It's not their job. Their job is to educate our children. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Abad with a question? Senator Carson.
Thank you for taking my question, Senator. Just real briefly, I strongly support this bill, but it's come to my attention that some individuals claim that this bill will work against local control. I disagree with that, but did anybody come into committee and say that this bill harms local control?
Thank you for the question. Not to my knowledge. I don't see how it destroys local control. A school district decides to adopt this policy, but they don't ask the people to vote on it. It's not, unless We passed legislation telling them any school policies that are developed have to go to the voters. We can do that next year if that's what we want to do. But again, you're talking about micromanaging schools, and I don't know if anybody wants to really do that. But no, as far as I'm aware and what I can remember from our hearing and the hearing report, even during the committee conference, there was no discussion about local control.
One quick follow-up, if I may. So would you agree with me then that that local control really starts with the parents?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I would agree with you. Don't forget, our schools are creatures of the community. The community created the school. And it has been that way since this state was first established. When you go to, if you look into the state archives and you look at a variety of communities, one of the first things that they would do would be to establish a school. So the community, the town, the city establishes the school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator A by Senator Bertzel with a question.
Senator from District 14.
Senator Carr.
Yes.
Just a quick question, Senator. With regards to the listing that you had said in the National School Board's letter to, I think, the DOJ, was there in there, I've heard, and I'm not sure, that there was a request for, the National School Board requested that the Army National Guard be put forth against the parents.
I'm not sure about that, Senator. I would have to take a look at that.
Thank you.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hadn't intended to speak again, but here we are. It's what happens in debates, isn't it, on our last day. And I think that some of the comments that we've had today really clarified what I think is some of the core issue here. And I think it is about our country's anxieties about homosexuality. And I really respect the various opinions that have been put forth here about what is the parent's role in understanding their children and their children's feelings. And I get that. There's a lot of disagreement over it. You know, I speak as a father who's raised a gay child and been through the issues at schools and coming out and deciding to go to a different school because he couldn't find a supportive school environment where he was. And anyways, I mean, you know, we have our own stories. We know, you know, who doesn't know a family who has a gay family member, and fine. But, you know, and I think we heard some of the language here, you know, the notion of gender or sexual confusion. And the other side might say, well, gender or sexual identity. And so what, you know, what is our society trying to do about parsing out what children's experiences are and can be in schools and elsewhere, and on this issue in particular, you know, what is the parent role? And as the Senator from District 24 indicated, that as much as we do assert that parents love their children, when it comes to this issue of homosexuality, we do see the results of a lot of parents who cannot accept that. And that creates tragedy sometimes, and other times just a process of family learning experience, and families can come back together around it. But I do just want to note why this is so difficult as a political issue for us. And it really has something very deep in American society and American culture, trying to deal with issues of homosexuality. And if you look back over times at which these kinds of panics about the condition of our children and their safety and their gender identity, you can really see that these kinds of political moments arise when there is great conflict in the society over other issues like the economy or like race. As far as I know, the first kind of concerted effort to drive homosexuality out of schools and public life occurred around the time of the Civil War. There had been very open gay culture in America through the 1830s, 40s, and 50s. And then in the Civil War, and particularly after the Civil War, when there was confusion about racial boundaries, then there began to be great actions against, in terms of gender boundaries as well, and enforcing these. the first campaign to drive homosexuals out of government service occurred after the Civil War. Think of Walt Whitman, lost his job, okay? And then, you know, we look, I remember, I mean, there are other times in the 1920s, the summer of the Red Scare, a lot of anti-homosexual activity in 1918, 1919, particularly in excluding immigrants who might be categorized so. But really, in my memory, it's mostly in the 1950s with the panic around McCarthyism, which led to the other great purges of homosexuals from our government services, from our schools. I knew of professors who committed suicide because they were outed at that time, teachers as well. And I think we've seen more recently when, you know, women's rights came to the fore, the backlash against that. I think we certainly saw it, the panic over supposedly satanic child abuse, remember in the late 1980s, which also had a kind of a theme around there about panic over homosexuality and things as well. And you know, and then with the current move over gay marriage, I mean, I remember, you know, on sex education, on this floor here, how much we have tied ourselves up in knots over about sexual education in the schools, or when I had bills about sexual abuse prevention in the schools and education about that, then how much, once again, this argument over anxieties over gender identity came to the fore over that. And now here we are again. I mean, is there any surprise in 2022, given the state of our country, which is riven over, you know, over matters of the economy, over race and over gender, that this kind of bill and this kind of anxiety is there. So I get it, okay? You know, I understand parents are concerned, they love their children, they want to make sure. But I want to speak as an educator too. Because one thing we ought to do in schools is create a safe space for every child, where they can have conversations, whatever the topic may be, where they can come to understand themselves and feel that this might be one place. And that's what American society is about, isn't it, too, to have these safe spaces like on this floor right here, when you go to the voting booth, or when you were in a public school, that you can have that kind of safe space. That's why there's the showing of respect for pronouns. The children know pretty early on kind of what their gender identity is. I think Harper knew when he was 2 years old, okay? You know, I kind of could see, he didn't understand it, but I could see it, you know, and certainly by the time he was in 4th or 5th grade. But that to me, as an educator, as somebody who believes in a civil society, that's why those of us who, you know, like parental rights, but also said, but wait a minute, what are we really doing to our educational institutions with this? So we've talked a lot. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my great pleasure to introduce from Tilton High School, the Winnisquam Regional Agricultural Center class. Winnisquam Ag Center provides courses in natural resources, animal plant science, pet science, veterinarian science, floriculture, and outdoor power equipment, including a chapter of the Future Farmers of America. Please welcome them to our chamber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also did not intend to speak again, but it's really, this is an important conversation, perhaps one of the most important that we have had this session. And I just think it's important to note a few things. One, I'm a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, so I have participated in every public hearing on this bill. I have heard from every advocate. I have heard from parents. And I want to make clear one thing. All along, even when this bill came over from the House, we have heard broad opposition, not from special interest groups, but from people and organizations who care about children. Waypoint, New Futures, these aren't national special interest groups. These are people who care about children, who have advocated for children, who we trust and we listen to. I think it's important to note our friend from District 9 said that this bill doesn't force schools to out children. But the reality is is that most people disagree with that. Our own Attorney General disagrees with that. Our own Attorney General said this bill would violate our non-discrimination law that we have for children in schools. Our own AG said that. He said that multiple times. We also heard from GLAAD. GLAAD told us. GLAAD is the organization, the national organization. We heard from the Trevor Project. The Trevor Project is another national organization that provides support for LGBTQ youth. They said it would out our children. We also all have gotten multiple letters from not special interest groups, from people who care about children. The New Hampshire Council of Churches, NAMI New Hampshire, GLAAD, New Hampshire School Nurses Association, Waypoint, New Hampshire Behavioral Health Association, Bi-State Primary Care Association. Folks, these are not national special interests. These are New Hampshire groups that care about children, and they're concerned what we're doing in this bill. No one, not one person on this floor is arguing that parents do not have rights. What we are saying is that they already have rights, constitutionally protected rights, that we know their parents are already using, exercising their right, and suing school districts for various reasons. They're already exercising those rights. Why? Why are we doing this? Why are we elevating above children's rights? No one thinks on this floor that parents don't have a right to be the person involved in their children's upbringing. What we are saying is that the unintended consequences of this bill will harm children who don't have supportive parents. That's all we're saying. And I will say, I have heard from hundreds of parents, hundreds, and this is not hyperbolic, hundreds of parents of children in the LGBT community and not, who are concerned about this bill. Hundreds. Folks, schools are not the enemy here. What I'm concerned about is that we are letting, yet again, national rhetoric, national extreme political rhetoric invade New Hampshire. And at whose expense? It's at our children's expense. We cannot allow this national rhetoric to divide our communities anymore. Schools are not the enemy. Parents are not the enemy. We should instead be helping schools and parents to work together. This is not the bill to do that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Avard with a question?
For?
Senator Waters, will you take the question?
Thank you. And Senator Oz, I totally respect you, and I love your historical perspective as well as Senator from District 14. One of the things that concerns me with one of the things that the Senator from District 14 mentioned was the fact that some parents are being labeled as domestic terrorists. And that's the genesis. The real genesis for this bill is that parents are feeling disenfranchised with their voices. Would you agree with me that their concerns are legitimate when they hear the label that they're being called domestic terrorists when they just want to speak up?
Well, thanks for your question, Senator Avard. I'm going to say I love you, guy. Your sincerity and your beliefs, I've come to respect so much over this time. I don't like labels of any kind. I don't really know much about the circumstances that you're referring to. I think if people threaten violence for whatever reason, whether they're a parent or not, we ought to protect folks against their violence, but labels don't play us anywhere. I guess what it comes down to, and I think what the heart of your question is that how does a society deal with competing interests, right? I think what we've learned in our constitutional system is set up is that we are very wary of any interests preempting other interests. That's why it's so hard. That's why the Supreme Court gets these devilishly difficult cases all the time. But we have a system that looks at that. And so what I'm afraid about here is that we are taking a certain definition of parental interests and using that to preempt what might be other interests, whether educational or the safety or privacy of a child. or other matters as well. So that's the best I can do in answering your question.
Thank you for taking my questions.
Thank you, Senator. Is further discussion? Senator Bradley.
Good morning, Mr. President. Last day, tough issue. No question about that. You know, it's interesting, my colleague from District 15 referenced a letter that all of us got last night that warned of dangerous consequences and dangerous outcomes if we pass this bill. The folks that signed on to this letter, they're well-intended, but they're wrong. Now, many of the individuals that signed on to this letter, a lot of us have worked with over the last several years as we've made needed upgrades to the Division of Children, Family, and Youth. We created the Office of the Child Advocate. We developed the system of care. It was bipartisan work, important work, good work for the youth of our state. An awful lot of us, led by you, Mr. President, have worked to enhance our mental health system. That's ongoing, as well it should be. A lot of us have worked to enhance resources for substance abuse. A lot of us have worked to enhance access to health care, Medicaid expansion, the new dental benefit. And we worked with all these individuals that signed that letter to do this. But on this issue, when they warn of dangerous consequences, while they may be well-intended, they're wrong. And here's why. The fundamental question that we all have today, because we've all said it, we respect the rights of parents, but then some of us have said, but. And that's the key determining factor here. If we respect the right of parents, why are we saying it's okay for an arm of the government to keep secrets from the parents? That's the fundamental question that we have today. And I would submit at a time that everybody, every social scientist in this country decries the breakdown of the nuclear family and all of the problems that that's exposing, that is the biggest danger. And secrets kept from parents undermine that nuclear family. Now, there's been reference to the anti-discrimination law from last year, what's called divisive concepts. That is a misnomer, as everybody knows. And it's a misnomer to say that House Bill 1431 outs kids. There's absolute opportunity for confidential conversations in schools between kids and trusted teachers. It only becomes a parent's notification, as our colleague from District 14 has said time and time again throughout this entire debate over 3 long sessions, when an action is taken. So please, let's call it what it is. You know, whether we're going to vote yes on this bill, or whether we're going to vote no on this bill, we all have something in common. We were all, once upon a time, kids. Now, I was very blessed. I had great parents, but guess what? There were times I didn't want my parents to know what I was doing. And I would swear on a stack of Bibles that all 23 of the rest of you have been in that circumstance before. That doesn't mean, however, that my parents weren't capable of giving me the good advice that I needed. And I certainly needed, through my life, a lot of good advice. And like most of you, I regret that my parents aren't still alive to give me that advice, because even at age 69, guess what? I need advice once in a while. Maybe more than once in a while. Maybe every day. Right, Captain? Exactly. Well, guess what? Now I'm a parent. So I'm going to tell you a couple of stories. The first isn't about my kids. It's about another kid. A kid who had the courage to come sit in my living room on a cold winter night and talk to me about the issues that were facing that teenager that was undergoing a transformation from gender to gender. And that young person asked me, after describing all of the issues facing them, to get involved and to co-sponsor and support House Bill 1319. Anybody remember that bill? There were 5 senators that co-sponsored that bill. I was one of them. Our friend from District 17 was one of them. Former Senators Innes, Woodburn, and Fuller Clark. Those were the 5 senators that sponsored House Bill 1318. You know what 1318 did? Well, let's have a look. It added gender identity to Chapter 374, not 374, I'm sorry, 354A, the state's anti-discrimination law. We're proud to vote on it here as a Senate. It was the right thing to do. That young individual who had an amazing amount of courage to come talk to me on a cold winter night in my living room, that person wasn't there with their guidance counselor, their teacher, their school principal. That individual was there with their parents, who loved that individual, who listened to that individual, who learned from that individual, and wanted to support that individual in asking me to ask you, or those of us that were here in 2018, to support a pretty needed bill. And that's what parents do. They support, they love, they learn, they listen. No one knows a child better than their parents. No one has loved their kids better than their parents. Of course, not every parent is perfect. I think anybody that's a parent knows that. And as our friend from District 14 has repeatedly said, nothing undermines the duty to report. That's as it should be. If there's abuse, if there's neglect, or even the suspicion of it, it should be reported. Nothing changes that. But what changes is that we're now going to keep secrets from the very people that have to help their kids the most, their parents. So here's the story. You know, I have 4 kids, great kids. My daughter's about to turn 40. My oldest son's 42. My others are in their 30s. They have, between the 4 of them, I have 4 grandkids. I'm very blessed. But it wasn't always easy. Remember what it was like when you were kids? Well, my kids were kids. And I'll never forget the time that I got a phone call. It was just before I was supposed to go to Iraq to visit troops. One of my kids gets on the phone. Jeb, we got into a little scrape with the law last night in Monticello, Utah. And we needed to use your credit card to bail ourselves out. They weren't calling their teacher or their principal. They were calling their father. Okay? That's as it should be. Now, the moral of the story is, I wasn't very happy. What are you going to do? Of course, you help your kids. Of course. Every parent would do that. The one bit of advice I gave my kids, because they were driving from Colorado with my daughter to take her back to college, and then they were going to drive back to Colorado. She was in Arizona. I said, do not drive through Monticello, Utah on the way home. They didn't. And now we laugh about the story, almost 20 years later. The point of all of this is that parents love their kids. And there's no one better to help their kids navigate through this. And keeping secrets by the government or an arm of the government is flat out wrong. And that's the biggest danger in this room. If we do that, we continue to exacerbate the divisiveness, the uncertainty, the fear, the isolation that is gripping this country right now. This is a real important bill if we believe in the future of our state and our country. Let's get it right. Let's vote for this bill and send it to our friends and send it to the governor and hope he changes his mind. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. First thing, I ask my colleagues just to think for a second. We've heard a lot of conversation here. So let's sit back and think about things. Think about what we've heard and think about where we're going with regard to this piece of legislation. I'm opposed to this piece of legislation. I'm a father, I'm a grandfather, I'm a great-grandfather. So I've had kids. I've had thousands of kids as students at the high school level and at the college level. I pride myself in my work as a teacher. I pride myself as being a surrogate father for many of my students. Many of my students. Had a call last night from one of my students who's undergoing radiation therapy. He's got cancer. He calls me. He calls my wife. He asks for support. I got another kid who's got a tumor in his side. He needs surgery. Where was he last week? He was in my office talking to me. I coached him in college. That's the relationship that a teacher has with a student. It's a wonderful relationship. It's something I treasure. I've had students who work for this body who are here. The priest who gave us an invocation was my student when he was at St. Anselm's College, Father Stephen. And he was proud to say, that's my teacher sitting in District 20. That's the relationship that a student and a teacher has. I've said on this floor, occasion after occasion after occasion, life is all about relationships. I have relationships. You have relationships. These are lasting, and they make your life and they make the life of the people you have relationships with better. Let's never, ever, ever forget that. This piece of legislation destroys relationships. And if you destroy relationships, you destroy the ability of that person to create something that that person can go to. Listen, we've all had problems bringing up our children, and I'm the first one to admit that. Had a few problems when I was growing up, I might say. And I can tell you that teachers played a significant role in my life. A significant role in my life. I treasured that relationship. That relationship didn't take the place of my relationship with my parents, but it was there. It was a place for me to go. It was a safe place to go. And I've never considered myself an arm of government. An arm of government in the negative sense. I'm a product of government. I'm a civil servant. That's how I perceive of myself, as a civil servant. And guess what? I've done it for 50 years. 50 years. The relationships that I have established over those years, I think, have made the lives of people who confided in me better and gave them an opportunity to express to somebody a concern that they had about their lives. And isn't that what life's all about? Let's not think of teachers as being evil, an arm of government. Holy Jesus, an arm of government? How many of you perceived of your teachers as an arm of government? An arm of government. Did you perceive of any of your teachers as an arm of government? Huh? Father Finbar would be on your case. Oh, he'd be on your case for that. Listen, we're there to help. I don't want to go on. We've had a lot of rhetoric here, but let's not villainize the teachers. Let's not make them villains. They're there to help. They're there to support. They're there to teach. Let's not destroy relationships. They're very important. They're a fundamental part of our lives. As our child goes through his or her formative years, that trust, that relationship is so important. And I'll leave you with this story. One of the great relationships I had with a teacher was with a nun. Her name was Sister Joseph Landry. I had her in graduate school. Sister Joseph was the greatest thing since sliced bread. I got to tell you that. She was a nurse and then found her vocation and became a nun. I visited her. You talk about humble surroundings. I visited her in her room one day at the college. There's a little twin bed and a little desk, and that was her home. That was her home. Now, how many people's lives did she make better because of the interaction she had with her students? How many lives did she make better? I'll tell you, she helped my life. And I think that's what we can't negate. That's what we can't throw away. We can't throw away relationships. We can't throw away the ability to work with one another. And we're all concerned. Everybody in the room is concerned. I understand that, because we're all human beings. We're all concerned about our own. But let's do it properly. Let's do it properly. I used to show up to school every morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, leave late in the evening. I had to leave late because I was coaching. Kids would come to me all the time. I've had kids sleep on my kitchen floor because they didn't want to go home. Sleep on my kitchen floor. We lived in an apartment in Conway, New Hampshire. 3 rooms. The biggest room was the bathroom. A living room so thin that if I wanted to watch TV, I had to scrunch in. Paid $55 a month for rent. $55 a month. The Kelly brothers would sleep on the kitchen floor as we prepared to go to a football game the next day. My wife would feed them. They'd come for dinner. That's what relationships are all about. That's what life's all about. That's what this bill negates. Let's vote it down and let's move on. And let's all have a great American day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Bradley, request a roll call? Yes. Seconded by Senator Gaida. You ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh?
No.
Senator Reagan?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Coca?
No.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Sherman?
No.
Senator Morse?
Yes.
The committee of conference report on House Bill 1431 is adopted 14 to 10. The Senate is now in possession of all 11 Senate bills from the House. So as we get through the next three pieces of legislation, the House is waiting for us. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1476 FN relative to persons arrested while out on bail.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1476? Discussion. Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much. It is regrettable that after the Committee of Conference, new information came to light about some of the provisions that were adopted right up against the deadline that undermine the intent of the bill and necessitate me to understand that a subsequent motion other than ought to pass is going to be offered in a few minutes. I want to thank my friend from Manchester, Senator Susie. We tried very hard in the Committee of Conference to get it right. The Senate passed version of the bill was fine. It was as we tried to marry the House passed version of the bill with the Senate passed version that there became issues that we thought had been resolved, but as more eyes looked at it after the deadline, realized that there were consequences in the bill that I just can't ask the body to vote for it. The period of time for a look back for multiple offenses is too long. It is very open-ended on the misdemeanors that are included in the bill, and so absent the ability, because we're in a Committee of Conference, to make changes, there really isn't too much to do other than a subsequent motion. Again, I want to thank Senator Susie for her advocacy on the bill. As a football fan, I know once in a while, you know, you're facing 4th and long and you got to punt, and unfortunately that's what we are now. We'll come back next year, hopefully those of us that are here, and get a bill that will protect the safety of people in this great state and will be stronger for it. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. Senator Susie.
President, I rise in agreement with my colleague from District 3. This was the very last Committee of Conference. We were down to the wire. Our intentions were good. Unfortunately, a portion of the language was not precise. And for those reasons, I think it's impossible for us to cast a vote on this legislation as it is. It is unfortunate. I do believe the Senate version was the right version. I think those of us that return next year are going to bring it back. And I just hope that, in the meantime, we can continue amongst ourselves to work towards resolving some of the issues that still remain around the issue of personal recognizance bail. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susie. Senator Carson moves to table House Bill 1476. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. You've tabled House Bill 1476. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1567 FN relative to consequences resulting from election official misconduct.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1567? Discussion? Senator Susie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise once again. I rise in opposition to this report. This legislation sought to do two things. One, it sought to penalize an individual acting as an election official who acts out of sorts and knowingly violates election law is convicted, this legislation then would require, because it says shall, require the Attorney General to remove that official's right to vote. Now, it's interesting because within the same paragraph, it refers to a public officer and to an election official, but doesn't actually state what the distinction is, all within the same section. So that's the first part of the bill. Those are really, really dire consequences, obviously, to an individual. And I understand the intent was to try to make sure that someone who is convicted doesn't slip by the election process and get reelected, but to actually extinguish someone's right to vote is extraordinary. But the other part of this bill that's very troubling is that because of the actions of an individual, the Attorney General can impose a fine on a city or town whether or not they were in any way aware of or cognizant that this individual committed these acts. And there is an appeal process. They would have to go to the Superior Court. But in an environment where we struggle to get people to participate at the polls and work, these things are really concerning. I know in many communities, poll workers are paid, there's significant training provided. People work 14 or 15 hours on their feet at an election before they begin the count. And I think innocent mistakes can happen. We've seen around the state, mistakes do happen. And obviously there's a burden to prove that somebody acted with intention to commit election fraud, to commit a violation of our election laws. But these consequences, I think, go way beyond where they need to be. I think the existing structure is sufficient. And I would encourage my colleagues to vote down this Committee of Conference report for those reasons. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. From the last presidential election, election integrity is the issue that has still lingered on. And here in New Hampshire, we have done many things in this session to bolster the integrity of those elections. We have worked to fix the problems. Every issue that has been brought up has been looked at, investigated, and ultimately either resolved or that we have addressed it through legislation. We've instituted in the laws that we've passed so far audits. Audits of the machine, because they were called into question, but audits of the process also, where even a hand count town, we would do an audit of a random sample of state representative races that were being recounted. We have done all of this, but the key in this is election workers. The one thing that we can't control is what the election workers do other than providing them the training and encouraging them to do the right thing. The things that we've seen where ballots were folded improperly, was it human error? More than likely. Didn't understand that there are score lines on the ballots where the ballots should be folded so that the fold line won't go through an oval. Ballots for absentee ballots that were inadvertently not completely processed. Human error. But these people are the key. And if we do find that someone has intentionally done something to jeopardize the integrity of our election, then a severe penalty is in order. And that penalty is already called out in the Hampshire Constitution. Loss of their voting rights. But in the Constitution, there is also a way that they can apply to have those rights restored. As to the city being liable, is it too far? Does the city know that a particular act was taking place Did the city train the people adequately? Again, I believe that this bill is right, hits the right points, and enhances election integrity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Further discussion? You ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Susi, seconded by Senator Birdsall. Susi, Birdsall. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1567 is adopted 14 to 10, and the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1661 FNL relative to regional career technical education agreements and relative to the appropriation for constructing a legislative parking garage.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1661? Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins Quokka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know the House is waiting for us, so I just really briefly wanted to thank this chamber for the bipartisan work that we've done on housing this term. It didn't all survive the House, but I think the pieces that Senator Bradley worked really hard to save of SB 400 that are still in 1661 are meaningful. They will give our cities and towns tools and training to advance the housing issue, and I just wanted to thank all of us at the end of the session for doing good work on that issue. So thank you.
Very much, Mr. President. I just want to add on the housing provisions, two things. The pieces in Senate Bill 400 that are in House Bill 1661 have the support of the New Hampshire Municipal Association. They were key during the Committee of Conference and weighing in on those provisions. The second piece, the amendments that the Senate conferees agreed to with the House give more local input to the TIVIA financing and the workforce or elderly housing provisions in the bill. And that was something that the House asked for and the Senate agreed with. So for those of us that might have had some questions about the housing piece, it was and it is supported by the Municipal Association. And lastly, Mr. President, I think I need to make sure that Terry Poff doesn't have a heart attack before the vote. So thank you very much.
Mr. President, we get the honor to serve here, but it's always our families that make the sacrifice. And I'm proud today to have my wife, Carrie, and daughter, Riley, here. Riley, tomorrow is turning 21. So, Riley, are you still there? Or they leave? Oh, boy. Oh, there you go. So, Riley's turning 21 tomorrow. Before you leave here, Riley, get Senator Bradley's magic credit card, okay? About my Republican family. Today you all get to meet one. My mother-in-law, Judy Riley, is here. In 1989, her and her husband, John Riley, moved up from New Jersey, and they opened the vascular surgery wing together at the Lakes Region General Hospital, and there's still a plaque honoring his name there today. He died too young at 53, but I'm glad to have her, Judy Riley, here today. Thanks for being here with us.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator D'Alessandro.
To Mr. President. Mr. President, a quick deviation, if I might. Riley Kavanaugh is an outstanding lacrosse player at Roger Williams University. Riley, stand up, please. Move to the front. Move to the front. Now listen, Riley, I was a defenseman in lacrosse for UNH when I was in college. That was 100 years ago. But let me say this. Your accomplishments speak well for the hard work that you have performed and the great work you've delivered for the university. So the New Hampshire State Senate has a resolution for you, Riley. Yeah, and it says, be it known that the New Hampshire State Senate extends its congratulations to Riley Kavanaugh in recognition of her outstanding lacrosse career at Roger Williams University, including 2 years of all-conference. And be it further known that the New Hampshire State Senate extends its best wishes for continued success. Signed by Senator Lou Delasan from District 20. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Abar. Great. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee conference report on House Bill 1661 is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee conference report on Senate Bill 200 relative to the election of district commissioners in Haverhill.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the committee conference report on Senate Bill 200? Is there any discussion? Senator Susi.
Mr. President, I rise once again, hopefully for the last time today, to speak against this committee report. And I do so for a number of reasons. I'm glad he's returned because, first of all, I would like to thank my colleague from District 6 for his extensive work and his leadership on these issues. We have done a great deal of work together. The process has been long and extensive, and I truly appreciate his work and his openness to involve as many of us as possible and to listen to all opinions. Unfortunately, the result for this last piece of redistricting legislation sadly misses the mark on where we need to be. As we've said repeatedly throughout the redistricting process, we have not heard any overwhelming reason. We have not heard a large number of people come forward to suggest that we should drastically change our congressional districts, which have remained essentially the same for the last 140 years. This proposal will drastically change how New Hampshire elects our members of Congress. And one thing we did hear from people who testified was that they wanted the districts to remain essentially the same, but to remain competitive, mirroring our state as a whole. There have been minimal population changes in these districts, and there's no need for the maps to make major radical changes as this proposal would do. The proposal adopted by the Committee of Conference, as I said, makes massive changes, and they're just simply not necessary at this time. The proposal clearly makes decisions, I believe, more on political calculations than on the necessary function of balancing population. It does so most notably by placing both existing members of Congress in the same district. So rather than making minimal changes to balance the population, we're instead completely altering what the districts have always come to look like. You know, in District 1, District 2, this proposal would place our three largest cities, Manchester, Nashua, and Concord, all in one district, disenfranchising less populated and more rural areas of the state. The map also relocates a string of Republican-leaning towns that are currently in the 2nd District, Hudson, Salem, Wyndham, Pelham, and Atkinson, and puts them in the 1st District, which would also include all of Rockingham and Strafford County. Now, if this is truly an exercise in balancing population, which is what we've been told right along, then there's no need for these significant and I would argue radical changes. For all those reasons, Mr. President, I think we should reject this report. Today, we should just push this aside and we should recognize that What the people of our state have asked us to do is to simply balance the districts, not to create radical changes to favor one district over another, but instead to leave in place two competitive districts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Further discussion? Senator Gray.
Thank you. I rise to ask the Senate to support Senate Bill 200 and thank the Senator from District 18, I believe we got it right, for her kind remarks on the hard work. But it wasn't my hard work, it was the hard work of many here in the Senate and many in the House, and the people out there who attended the public hearings that got us to where we are today. Will this map be passed by the governor if we pass it? I still don't know. Okay? Certainly, there are any number of maps that you can draw. The constitutional requirements and the legal requirements is that we balance that population. Communities of interest, other indicators, compactness, etc., are all certainly things that are out there that can be looked at, and certainly we did look at all of those. And also, if you look at the rest of the maps that we did, we tried not to place people who are running against each other or out in the same district, or put people in districts that they're not running in. We tried to do all of that. This map is a result of the governor's veto of the map that we put out there already. It is a compromise. I believe it is the compromise that New Hampshire needs going forward for these 10 years. And I ask the Senate to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Further discussion? Senator Perkins Coker.
President, I rise to speak against this Committee of Conference report. I would like to echo my comments by my colleague from District 18. This redistricting process has been a lot of work. So I do appreciate the hard work that everyone has put in from both chambers and both sides of the aisle. It's not easy, it's complex, and we're still working on it here in New Hampshire. Unfortunately, this amendment that we have in front of us today will still result in our congressional districts being gerrymandered. And so just like the previous proposal that we saw passed, this amendment makes significant changes to the map when the population changes from the last 10 years simply don't require us to do that. Importantly, the map moves the northern part of existing CD1 in Carroll County into CD2. So now North Country, instead of being represented in Congress by both members, instead will now just have one voice, which limits the voice of the North Country and its residents. Instead of this one, we should all be voting for the least change map that the Democrats proposed and have consistently proposed without this process. For these reasons, I can't support this Committee of Conference report. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Coker. Any further discussion? You ready for the question? Roll call by Senator Susi, seconded by Senator Gaida. Take your time, French. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Sherman?
No.
Senator Morse?
Yes.
The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 200 is adopted 14 to 10. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 238 relative to special education services in chartered public schools.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 238? Is there any discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 238 is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 271, an act relative to the Burgess Biopower Facility.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 271? Is there any discussion? Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure that a couple of things are clarified in the legislative history. The bill, as it's amended by the Committee of Conference report, reflects the policy directives regarding a continuation of the suspension of what's known as the cumulative reduction factor as approved by the Public Utilities Commission in Order 2633 for an additional year for the Burgess Biomass Facility in Berlin. There are no specific timeframes when the Commission would have to take up this issue, but it is definitely the intent of the legislature that it be done as expeditiously as possible because it has to be implemented by the 1st of October in order for that suspension to occur for another year. It is a bit of a tight time frame, but I am fully confident that the PUC will be able to do that. I want to thank the chair of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee for working to get this bill through the Committee of Conference to protect the sole remaining, well, actually there are 2 remaining biomass facilities, but this is the largest, and it's very important to the health of forests and North Country economy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bradley, further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 271 is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 302 FN establishing the Personal Privacy Protection Act.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 302? Is there any discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 302 is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 313 relative to the authority of the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification to establish fees and establishing a committee to study and make recommendations relative to funding of the Office Professional Licensure and Certification.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 313? Is there any discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 313 is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 353 relative to Education Professional Standards Board.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 353? Is there any discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 353 is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Conference report on Senate Bill 366 FN requiring an audit of ballots cast in the 2022 primary and general election.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 366? Is there any discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 366 is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 381 FNA establishing an Office of Advocate for Special Education.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 381? Is there any discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 381 is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee of conference report on Senate Bill 401 FN, making an appropriations to the Department of Transportation for local highway aid and to the body worn in dashboard camera fund and permitting the Department of Transportation to operate dash cameras in fleet vehicles.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the committee of conference report on Senate Bill 401? Is there any discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee of conference report on Senate Bill 401 is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee of conference report on Senate Bill 420 FNAL, establishing an extraordinary need grant for schools.
Question is, shall the Senate adopt the committee of conference report on Senate Bill 420? Is there any discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee of conference report on Senate Bill 420 is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee of conference report on Senate Bill 445 FN, relative to broadband matching grant initiative.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the committee of conference report on Senate Bill 445? Is there any discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Committee of conference report on Senate Bill 445 is adopted. Bradley. I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time.
Senator Bradley, why don't we hold? Before we end, I want to recognize two Senate interns. Lucas Nearing from UNH worked on the policy side, assisting the Judiciary and the Health and Human Services Committee, which proved to be a huge help in our legislative aides, Cameron Lappin and Jenny Horgan's life. So thank you very much, Lucas, and if everyone could give him a hand. Lucas, we actually have a resolution. I know it's a surprise, but Senator D'Alessandro surprised me with one today. But be it known that the New Hampshire Senate extends its congratulations to Lucas Nearing in recognition of being an outstanding intern for the 2022 legislative session, who will always be remembered for his dedication, professionalism, work ethic, and excellent wardrobe. It be further known that the New Hampshire Senate wishes you continued success in the future. It's signed by myself, the Senate President, but if everyone else had the chance, I'm sure they'd sign it. So. He's got a D'Alessandro handshake. Molly, I'm going to slaughter your last name. Diacetis from St. Anselm College, found her calling in the clerk's office. Tammy tells me that Molly made a real difference. I think we all saw that, even on the busiest days. Lucas and Molly, I want you both to know that we appreciate the service to the Senate in this session. Molly, if you could come forward. Be it known, the New Hampshire Senate extends its congratulations to Molly Diacetis in recognition of serving as the assistant to the Senate clerk for the 2022 legislative session, who will always be remembered for her laser focus on proofreading, outstanding ability to input data, and her love for Broadway shows. And be it further known that the New Hampshire Senate wishes you continued success. It's signed by myself, and we'd all like to sign it. Look at LBA. Do we have LBA here? LBA is just a little sad because they can't do a budget with me again, so. What happened to Path?
Huh?
Terry.
I don't know where he is.
Here we go. Where's Terry Paff? Has he started the groundbreaking already? Or? All right. Why don't we get started? And I'm sure some of the senators will have a few things to say. After 5 months, today is our final session day. I have a few thoughts to share. Shots would be an understatement, but every senator in this chamber should be able to look back with pride on legislation you championed this session that has made New Hampshire a better place, whether it's improving economic opportunity, protecting the vulnerable, or easing someone's burden. Carrying out the people's business can be very challenging, but it's also a sacred duty that every senator here takes willingly. Putting your heart and your soul into your work, always giving your best to your constituents and to your state. We come from 24 distinct districts, places we all call home with tremendous amount of pride, and rightly so. I also know how hard you've worked since January. It's been many long days and lots of time away from your family. I want to thank each one of my colleagues for your commitment and your dedication. Serving with you in the Senate has been my honor. Senate is also grateful to our staff and to joint staff we share with the House. They work long hours behind the scenes and make the legislative process a reality. I want to be sure and recognize today, hopefully all of you, but Terry Paff I don't think is here, but I think we harassed him right out of the Senate, but I want to thank him because he truly does care. As the Chief Operating Officer, I can assure you he'll make sure that that parking garage represents the rest of the buildings on this property. The Office of Protective Services, led by Joe Burke and George Brown, I don't know if they got up here, but I want to thank them. IT, Scott Kelly and his staff, I don't think anyone hits them harder than the Senate President's office, but thank you for all you do. OLS, David Alaconis and his staff, I know you're going to be seeing some retirements. I really do think you do a fantastic job for the state of New Hampshire. Thank you for all you've done. Probably my favorite, and don't take that the wrong way in this room, but the Office of Legislative Budget Assistant, Mike Kane and his staff, thank you for everything you do for this state. You guys really work a lot of overtime. The Office of General Court Administration, Jen puts up with a lot from us in the Senate office, but Jen Becker and her staff, thank you very much. State House Visitor Center, Virginia Drew and her staff, thank you for everything you do to show us off. Legislative Building Services, Doug Delcino and his staff, thank you for this room. Senate Research, Therese Naves and Patrick Murphy, thank you for what you do. The Senate Clerk's Office, Tammy Wright and her staff, thank you for everything. Our legislative aides, led by Sonia Conwell. Sonia. She's going to miss me more because I'm the only one that waves goodbye to her every night, I can tell you that much. Our executive assistants, administrative assistants, thank you all. And the staff of the Senate minority offices and the Senate President's office, I can't say enough about all you've given to us. Thank you very much. This is why I'm not going to speak today. Lastly, my executive assistant and good friend, Shannon Gerard. You know, that was tough, and I got to tell you, we all think the same way of our assistants in this building. So with that, any senator that would like to introduce their staff, please do so now. Senator Kavanaugh.
And I know I've spoken about him before. Aaron, where's Aaron? Aaron Jones, who, there he is, who is incredible and always keeps me on time and prepared, and that's no small feat, right? And but I really appreciate he's a great kid. And I'm going to be leaving, and we spoke, Mr. President, before this, and it's an honor to serve here with all of you, it really is. And one thing I've got to say, I know you're not going to believe this, but growing up, I was sent to the principal's office a few times. And it's a lonely walk down that hallway, thinking what's going to happen, your parents going to find out. So when I won my special election in 2017, Jess Burke was working with me then. I got a call and said, Senate President Moore set up a meeting for you, with you two. And I went right back to that feeling about being sent to the principal's office, you know? But I sat down in that meeting, and I still remember this, and I think of it. And you said that. You said, you know, the election's behind us, you won, you're here, and welcome to the New Hampshire Senate. And it means a lot to me. Coming in, as well as Senator Soucy, former president, working with both of you and seeing you work together, putting me as chair of the Commerce Committee, along with Senator French, when no one could have thought that was a good idea, you did it. But the both of you, seeing you do in the leadership both of you give, and so many of us, it really means a lot to me. And it's just an honor to really be here with all of you. I came in here thinking we're going to be fighting with everyone, and then you realize we have more friends. And one of the things they did say that you're going to be sitting next to Senator Reagan, so be careful. And we've become friends, and now I sit next to him at the Tea Garden as well. But I leave here not with fighting with people, but really leave here considering I have so many more friends because of this experience. And thank you for all you do. And I think so many people in the state don't realize how much all you do. But thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to begin by thanking Jessica Burke, who has been a wonderful assistant to me and Senator Whitley and Senator Prentice over this year. She saved me from the sky or the ceiling falling in, literally, and dealt with the chaos of relocation several times in the course of this year, unknowingly. Wasn't part of the duties. If this is the last day of school, I'm taking a gap year, Mr. President. And I want to thank so many of the people in this room. I think of the LBA staff that's just so terrific. I appreciate your feelings. Mickey Landrigan, who has helped me on a few successful amendments and a whole lot of unsuccessful amendments. But I could say that running straight down the lineup here of all the mics and one Chris. You guys are just terrific. And OLS staff too. I'm as proud of the amendments that have passed this body as I am of the bills that I introduced. And that's a credit to how adept you are at handling our seizing of opportunities and helping us stay on task, on mark, on time to work with our colleagues. And I want to say to my colleagues, this has just been such a rewarding experience. I thank the people of Cheshire County for electing me to 3 terms. The time goes quickly, but it has been a wonderful opportunity to work with all of you. I can think of the ways that we've achieved things together and the ways that we've disagreed with each other. but it's all been in the name of trying to do the best for our constituents and for the people of this state. And I say, if you have the opportunity to pass the homelessness amendment, there's still hope. It could still make it through the fiscal committee. I have faith in the Senate position being carried by my colleagues on that from the Senate, together with a couple of House people. I think you can do it. So my best wishes to everybody here. It's been a wonderful 6 years, and I've really enjoyed my relationships with you.
Thank you for the shortest speech this year, Senator Khan. Senator Sherman.
Mr. President and colleagues and everyone here. First of all, I want to thank Jenny. She has been just phenomenal. And even though you put us in the bowels, we've made the most of it, getting to hang out with Joe and his team, being so close to the parking lot. Everybody goes by us. It's been very friendly. Jenny is a smiling face, and the men's room is right there. What could be better? But seriously, you know, 2 years, two terms in the House, 2 terms in the Senate, working with many of you in both chambers has been so incredibly instructive, so incredibly rewarding. And I think back, as Senator Bradley talked about earlier today, so much of the good work we've done for the state of New Hampshire, and the Senate President and I, even when we were disagreeing on things, we agreed that we mostly agreed. So it's probably at least 80 to 85% of the time we're in agreement, and looking for that thread of where we agree is how we get things done, even if there's a lot of things we don't agree on. Most of all, this has been one of the most personally growthful experiences of my entire life. I love being here with you all. I love the idea that we can make a difference for the people of New Hampshire, but no one person can take credit. That's the coolest part of this, is that all of us, when you look at the big accomplishments, it took all of us. It took a bipartisan group, and that's what is the hallmark of New Hampshire. I hope we never lose that as all of us move forward. So thank you to all of you. It's been an honor and a pleasure to serve with you.
Senator Gannon.
No, I'm going to take credit for everything in my postcards. Senator Vard and I, we got really lucky. Trish, on the other hand, I think drew the short straws twice. You didn't get the top round draft picks, but you got us. And you kept us. She put in the first day, I think she put a thing, please return to if found. And I think, didn't they send me back a couple times too? Yeah, they did. I learned the first day who was boss. It wasn't me. I said, well, she goes, there's a coffee machine. But she said, I like Charlie D'Amelia's from Duncan, so why don't you go get me one? So we've had a really good relationship. This morning I said, you know, after the Celtics game, I got all these really great ideas on 1431. It was 10:15. I said, can you turn this into something I could read? And she took this, and she did somehow, miraculously, in 8 minutes, turn it into something. One thing I've done better than I've ever done before, and I think it's only because of her, my constituent services. We helped 400 or 500 people. Every party, she helped everyone. If she could get them passports, she knows everyone everywhere in New Hampshire. And if there was someone who needed a bed, she knew who to call. Made me look really good, and I think she did the same for Kevin. So I want to thank Tricia. She's really made it an easy 2 years for me, and I appreciate all she's done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Mr. President, just a couple of things. First of all, I want to say to you, thank you for your friendship. it's something I treasure in this life. And we've had good friends together through the years, but the relationship that I've had with you and with others, I treasure. So thank you for that. I appreciate that very much. And for 19 years, Sonia Caldwell has taken care of me in room 117. 19 years we've been together. She manages the office, she manages all of the people, and she tries to manage me, which sometimes I think is difficult, right? Sometimes it's difficult. But staying the course is really quite remarkable. I can't thank her enough for all of the great things that she's done for me. And to all of the rest of the staff, I've been around here for a long time. They've been wonderful. And I think this was a tough session, but the staff was terrific. LBA, all of the staff, just great. But kind of it is what it is, right? And you need strong leadership to make this happen. We had it from Donna, we had it from the current Senate President, and something we ought to remember. And we ought to walk out of this place knowing we have a relationship with everybody here, and treasure that relationship, plus or minus because of our debates over the issues. But the relationships are so meaningful for as long as we live. Thank you, Mr. President.
Frenchie, you ready for this?
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Senator Reagan and I, we would like to thank Kathy Cummings, our able assistant, who at this very moment is still at her desk answering calls from our constituents. So thank you, Kathy, for your hard work and dedication. I'd also like to say, what a ride, what an adventure, what an honor, and what a pleasure it has been to work with all of you this past 6 years, staff and my colleagues. And I will carry it forward in years to come. People ask me why, after only 6 years, I am leaving the Senate. And pretty much it took me 6 years to get through high school. So 6 years is good for me, and I will miss you all. Thank you.
Senator Perkins Coker.
Mr. President, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank a few people for this year. First and foremost, Mr. Cam.
Cookie Cam.
Cam didn't sign up to have the first pregnant senator, and he didn't sign up to plan offices around potential pack and plays, and he didn't sign up to have someone who was a new mom and juggling a lot of stuff. And so I just want to thank Cam for, again, this year, holding it all together while I tried to, have my first term in the Senate. So I also want to thank Tammy because she has been a huge help to me this session, getting through everything as a new mom. And so I just want to recognize all the help you've given. I'd like to thank Virginia from the visitor's office for making my family feel so special and having such a wonderful time here, which I know you do, for all of our students and for all of our visitors. And I want to thank OLS, and in particular Courtney, who got to deal with some of my really fun bills that I had to draft a couple times. So I think the staff here just does an incredible job, and it's been such an honor to be back in this chamber with this body and to stand here and to debate the issues that affect the future in New Hampshire with you, to look each other in the eye, to agree and disagree, and just get to know this incredible team. And to our departing senators, we will miss you, but Frenchie, I hope you enjoy your next career as a meteorologist.
Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. colleagues, I want to take this opportunity to recognize Jessica Bork. Jessica had to support 3 different senators, Senator Khan, Senator Whitley, and myself, all with very different personalities, all with very different needs, and she was like a triage nurse. She was able to always look at what was needed to rise to the top of the pile and manage it with grace. And I know there were some moments where I, in particular, would be a little maybe difficult, but we talked about it. We always worked it out because she's a professional. So Jessica, thank you for taking care of all of us. Thank you for taking care of me. And before I sunset my comments, I'll miss you all this summer. I'll certainly miss the senators that are retiring or moving on. But I want to share just one quick story, and it's a Frenchie special. I'm a brand new senator. I come here to Chambers for the first time. We're in the middle of COVID, and he says to me, "Best thing, snack room." And I never forgot it. So thank you for that welcome, Jessica. You're the best. Thank you.
Senator Waters.
President. And first, Mr. President, I really want to thank you for your leadership and how much you love the Senate. And you may not remember this, but in my first year, there was something I thought maybe I'd like to try to get done for Dover in the budget. And so I talked to Bob Odell, and he said, well, look, let's just go talk to Chuck, he's chair of finance. We went into your office. I was a little nervous, newbie, and explained the issue. And you just turned to me and to Bob and said, I think we can do something about that. And I've never forgotten that. That introduced me to the true spirit of the Senate. I do want to say thanks on transportation. Peter, you kept the trains running. Sorry, Regina. and for in energy, Daley kept the lights on. And as Senator Perkins Coker always said, we got the best in Cam, And I just happen to know we got to keep this short because Cam has got the car running so that he can get out there to Ohio to watch the U.S. men's team play. So thank you, Cam.
Senator Avon.
I want to recognize Tricia for all her support and for prayers. Sometimes we call and say, hey, we need prayers, and that's important. I want to thank Daley for his stepping up to the plate. He had some really big shoes to fill, and he filled them, and he plays on a mean guitar. I do love you all. I really do. And I really appreciate you. That's it.
Senator Gaida.
I was dealt the unfortunate hand of having to shift gears in the middle of my term. Griffin abandoned us to become a bureaucrat. a move that I constantly remind him of. But he was replaced by a young man who was yet to graduate from high school, but he's really doing well. Daley's done an outstanding job. And he showed up the day after I met him. He called in sick with COVID. It wasn't me. And so he started off really behind the 8 ball, but he really did a great job, and both with energy and with the work that I gave him. I'm sure that having survived me, he'll be ready for anyone else that may be elected in the Senate. Thank you, Daley.
They were hijacked, Bob. Don't forget it. Both of them. Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start off by thanking Marina and Jess in the minority office. They work incredibly long hours. They are always there when we need them for anything. In addition to their work, they're incredible friends to all of us and to me. They know when I need a pep talk as a new senator. They know when I need a word of encouragement, and I'm deeply grateful for both of them. for her encouragement. Of course, we know the exemplary work that you and your office do every day, but your encouragement, again, to a freshman senator, your welcoming to us, how you made all of us freshman senators feel welcome during unprecedented times. So I'm deeply grateful for you also. And I want to thank Cam and Jenny for their excellent committee wrangling. They have really hard committees and they do incredible work. I also want to thank Senator Bradley for showing me how a committee is run, and my good friend Senator Carson, who I sat next to every day. We've developed a deep friendship, and I'm grateful for her too. I want to thank Senator Susie for her leadership, for guiding us all in incredibly difficult times, for her expertise in so many areas. It's pretty amazing that all this expertise is in one person. So thank you, Senator Susie. And last but not least, I want to thank my good friend Jessica Burke. She knows when I need to take a deep breath. She knows when to send me on a walk. She knows how I deeply love my binders. And she's become a good friend, and I couldn't live without her, so thank you, Jess.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, President. As you look around the room, there's not one of you that I haven't interfaced with some way in this last year. I mean, you know, we've got the security that's keeping us safe. We've got the staff in here. You know, Sergeant of Arms is keeping us safe. We've got questions that go up to the staff, you know, for let's see, the last one I think I did was Belknap County and how the county commissioners up there, or the commissioners up there. I mean, OLS, even though the person that I used to deal with, you know, decided to go off to some other place in the state, I mean, they all stepped up. They did the thing. They worked nights. They worked tirelessly to try to do that. You know, and the rest of the staff, and certainly, you know, there's two people that senators interface with the most is their assistant, Shannon. You know, she mothers me even though I don't want to be mothered sometimes. And Tricia, wherever she is, I got one more thing for you to do, Tricia, and that's schedule the luncheon with the Election Law Committee so that we all can go out and celebrate at least. And we were supposed to do that last year, but COVID stopped us from doing it. I want to thank you all. I guess I'm the fifth man in fiscal, so I interface with a lot of people, you know, but we'll see what about that. And thank you all.
Senator Susie.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, let me start by thanking the folks in room 120. They have an extraordinary task of dealing with me, juggling many things, and with Senator Rosenwald, who's engaged in so many things here in the legislature. And even more importantly, they host everyone coming in from the Democratic caucus with various questions and ideas and thoughts and needs. I could not do this work without the amazing support we have, so I want to thank both Jessica, Marina, and most importantly, Jen, who really keeps us on task. I also do want to give a special shout out to IT. You know, back last session and in the beginning of this session, there were questions about whether or not we'd even be able to function, and whether it was committees, at times session, at times members who were sick. We wouldn't have been able to function without their support. So I really want to thank the IT staff for really making this happen. Of course, want to thank all of the support staff that we have here, in particular the clerk's office. Many people don't realize, but everything that everybody else in this room does in their various departments all goes through the central nervous system that is the Senate Clerk's office. So thank you, Tammy, thank you. Annie, thank you to the whole staff of the Senate Clerk's Office and our Sergeant-at-Arms for making all of this happen. Thanks, of course, to all my colleagues. Love working with all of you. But I also want to give a special thanks to my friend, Senator Morse. We have done a lot together, with you as president, with me as president. We've been in different roles, but one thing I can always say, Chuck Morse is somebody that I can trust. Chuck Morse is a dear friend, and no matter what happens after this election cycle, Senator, I will always value your friendship and your leadership in this chamber. So thank you.
Senator Birdsall.
First, I want to thank, as the Chair of Transportation, I want to thank Peter for all the work he's done for us. He was a newbie in there. We kind of trained together because it had been almost a year since we met, so we learned together, and he did a great job, and I want to thank you for that. And next, I want to thank Marie. She has 3 totally different personalities that she's working with. I've been with her since 2014. I can't believe it's been 8 years. We've been through a lot together. She tries to keep us all on the straight and narrow. It doesn't always work. She allows us to vent without judgment. And she is solely our success. So she has been a great friend to me. She has become a great friend, and I will always thank you. And finally, Senator Morse, I'd like to thank you for your leadership, your mentorship, and all the time you've spent. You've done a great job, and I'll miss you.
Senator Carson.
You. You have set such a high standard on what it means to be a Senate president. And I don't think you appreciate how much that has meant to all of us, and especially to me. I've known you for well over 30 years, and it's been an honor and a pleasure to serve with you. You have set such a standard for leadership and civility and how this chamber operates that going forward, it's going to be hard to fill your shoes. And I want to thank you for that, for everything that you've done for us. I don't think you can comprehend at this point the impact that you've had on us and on me as with your example for leadership. I'd also like to thank Tammy. She does a fabulous job as clerk as well as her staff, but I consider Tammy to be a good friend. And I can't say enough about all the work that you do. Mr. President, we couldn't do what we do without all the other people here. I'll just start with Mr. Lehman, who's the Senate attorney that I work with on judiciary, always available any time of the day or night, answering questions, getting information. He does a fabulous job for us. We have our staff, we have Grant, and we have Mark. Again, 2 people that do a great job for us. They're always there, answering questions, getting information, keeping us prepared. And I hope they understand how valuable their work is to us, to allow us to do what we do every day. I'd like to give Jenny Horgan, I don't even know what to say. We could not have functioned in judiciary over the past 2 years if it hadn't been for Jenny. As many of you know, we just got hammered in judiciary this year, and Jenny went above and beyond what I think we can ask anyone to do for us. And I want her to know how much we appreciate her and all the work she did for us. Mr. President. There is a group of people that we see in here quite a bit. And I'd just like to say, Mr. Turner, who works with the clerk's office, Maureen, who works upstairs in the Senate Majority Office, and Virginia and Margaret. I don't think they understand how much their smiles mean to us. They're always smiling when we come in, and that has a huge impact, especially if you're dealing with very, very difficult issues. So please, keep smiling. We appreciate seeing you smile. Mr. President, I am going to miss Senator French. We have served together on Judiciary for quite a few years now, and his laughter has, I can't tell you how important it is. The jokes, he alleviates sometimes very difficult subjects when the air tends to be pretty heavy, and I'm going to miss him very, very much. I'd like to thank the OLS staff. They've gone above and beyond this year, especially with Senate Judiciary, with all the amendments, those late night amendments. We couldn't have functioned without them. So thank you all very much. Mr. President, I'd like to take this last opportunity to thank all of my colleagues. You make it worth coming here every day. Everyone has ideas, and we get to debate in a respectful manner about issues that are important to our colleagues and important to this state. And I love the work that we do here, and hopefully, if we're all reelected, we'll be here next term, and we can get back to work for the people of the state of New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Wood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to give a shout out to Ava Marisa Hawks. She's been a great aide for the Education Committee. She's kept me on track, reminded me what needs to be done and how it should be done. So I really appreciate your help, Marisa. Ava Maria. Ava Marisa. The second goes to Marie, who has a letter written about something that I didn't know that I should write, and that is just great. To come in and say, this is what has happened, and this is your letter. Read it and then sign it. And it is so great to have competent people helping you out and working with you, so I really appreciate that, Marie. Clearly, all my colleagues here, but probably the most one that I really appreciate and really honored to have had 6 years is you, Mr. President. When I came here, I was honored to be in this room, to be with this group of people, but I've also come to realize the impact that you've had on all the people here, what you expect of us, and I really appreciate that, and I really thank you very much.
Senator Reagan.
In the room, I didn't want to neglect the oldest and the newest members of the GELCAR staff. 30 plus years, 30 plus days.
Any further announcements? Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You know, the most enjoyable part of the day for me is always saying good morning, Mr. President. But I'll get to talking about you on another day, and we'll have fun doing it. You know, one of the things when I first got into this building that Doug Hall, there might be a few of us that remember Doug, Donna, Lou. he ran the first orientation that I was a part of, and one thing that always stuck with me, and I think you see it happening today, we have our disagreements. There's no question about it. We passionately advocate for the positions that we have, but his admonition to all of us in that early orientation that I went through is make sure your disagreements are always agreeable. And we've done that, and what we're doing right now proves it, because we work together as a body, even when we disagree, to try to do what's right for the people of New Hampshire, the people of this great state who are enjoying this beautiful day. So, in my case, Cam, you're the best. Now, as long as you're not driving out to Ohio to root for either the Miami Heat or any of the NBA Western Conference finalists, you're good to go. Maureen, you came on this winter, and boy, have you done a great job for us, and I just hope that you will stay and continue to do the great work that you're doing. It's just been a pleasure to work with you. It always warms my day to come, and you're just so wonderful. And I know that you have to answer the phone. And there are probably a lot of people that, are giving us grief, and you do such a great job. Miss Ava. Now, when I get the text at 6 a.m., Jeb, well, you never call me Jeb, you should. But I get the text at 6 a.m. or sometimes 9 p.m. Don't forget. It's like, uh-oh. And you always keep me on track. I've been blessed with some just unbelievably good aides. Shannon, certainly can't say enough about you, but boy, Ava, you've done such a wonderful job keeping everything going well. Your competency is just unbelievable. I wouldn't be able to do half of what I do if it weren't for your good help. So thank you very much.
Good?
But not today.
Now, the only thing I would like to say today is you've blessed me with the presidency since 2013, except for a sabbatical where I certainly spent a few hours in Donna's office. She's right. I care about the presidency immensely. I couldn't have done the presidency without Shannon, without Deb, without Christy. It takes strong people behind you to make that operation click. But I just want you to leave you with this, because besides your word is everything, which I probably said to everyone that has come into the Senate, it is truly about honor and respect. We can have differences, but the presidency doesn't have a difference about treating everyone with honor and respect. And it's certainly made a difference over the 8 years I've served there, and it was no different the 2 years that Donna was there. We treated each other with the same respect she's always treated me with. It makes a difference in New Hampshire, and I think you understand that in this room. And I think in the future, the challenges will be no less. This is probably the most difficult year I've ever seen. I joke about Khan's speeches, but Bradley files enough bills to sink a ship. Those challenges are always going to be here, but the challenge of keeping the honor and respect in this building, don't ever let that down, because it means so much to the staff behind you that's how you treat it. So I thank you all for that. I guess I'm going to make an executive decision here. The House is coming back at 1:15. We have cake downstairs for you, so what I'm going to do is recess and have cake till 1:30 and then come back and close the session just in case the House needs our help in finishing something. We're in recess. Senator will come out of recess. I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn from the early session that the business of the late session be in order at the present time.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Senator Prentice.
Mr. President, unanimous consent? Thank you. I'd like to share with my colleagues that May is National Osteoporosis Month. Osteoporosis is extremely common. It causes fractures in 1 out of 2 women and 1 out of 5 men after age 50. Just think about it, 1 out of 2 women. Women and men who have a fracture from a simple fall while slipping on ice or while hiking in our beautiful trails here in the Granite State all have some form of osteoporosis. If not diagnosed and treated, these individuals are at much higher risk of 2nd and 3rd fractures. In New Hampshire, 9,000 women and men suffer. 9,000 women and men suffer 10,400 fractures every year. The medical costs for patients with fractures in the following year on initial fractures is 221% higher, and 31% of those with hip fractures do not survive. We can and should be doing better. Bone density screening matters, and that is the message. Increasing our awareness that women at age 65 and men at age 70 have to do bone density testing, that we all need to take the suggested amount of calcium and vitamin D through life, and that 100% of patients with falls from a standing height must receive recommended treatments would go a long way for decreasing human suffering as well as tremendous costs to our society at large. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to, I know I've been up here before, and I've spoken about my father being a World War II vet in Korea, and his company was one of the first ones to release the prisoners in Dachau. But one of the things he always taught us, or didn't teach us, but as of 1970 beyond, he would always get angry because his birthday was May 30th, and it was always Memorial Day, so he always had his birthday off. So this year, for once, Monday is Memorial Day, and it's May 30th. And I just want to wish him a heavenly happy birthday. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator D'Alessandro.
And I'll be very, very brief. Tomorrow is my 61st wedding anniversary. So I really want to congratulate my wife for putting up with me for all these. She is a saint for all of these years, and obviously be very thankful for all of the good things that have happened to me. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Without objection, all personal privileges. Senator Guida.
Mr. President, I rise to a point of personal privilege.
Yes.
To everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck up what is planted, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to break down and a time to build up, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to seek and a time to lose, a time to keep and a time to cast away, a time to rend and a time to sow, a time to keep silence and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, a time for war and a time for peace. What time or what gain has the worker from his toil? We gave a lot of credit to the staff totally deserved. There are 3 members of the staff that I have run into occasionally on the nights when I slept over here when my wife was in critical condition. I actually slept in my Senate office. Donna Jones. I don't know how many of you know Donna. She's the quiet, nondescript lady in the gray T-shirt that sweeps the floors and cleans the toilets every night. Kevin Chalbeck, the fellow that cleans my office and the office and carries out the trash. Okay? And Angelo Cartagena, who works in operations. These are the people that we don't see that make this place what it is so that we can come here and do the work of our people. In this chamber, we weave the fabric on which the painting of our society is performed. We build the framework and the structure for the lives of our people, their families, and our businesses. It is such an incredible privilege to do that. I thank the people of Senate District 2 who for 6 years entrusted me with shaping the future of this state, their families, their children. Okay. I am grateful to you, Senator Morse, as a very, very incredible leader who took issues that were terribly contentious and hard fought, and at the end of the day, respected the honor and integrity of this body. I thank you. Our Constitution talks about morality and piety. Those are values that I fear are in decreasing supply in the population we serve. We hear a great deal about rights and entitlements. We don't hear so much about the social contract that each of us and each of the citizens of this state, okay, engage in by virtue of living here. In that social contract, we state in our Constitution that each of us gives up some of our rights for the benefit of all. And we as a body get to draw the line between liberty and public power, between individual freedom and public safety. And as no one knows better than any of us here, that line is in flux with federal policies that mandate things that are anathema to some of our people and yet are welcomed by others. Our job in finding the right answer and finding that line, which is ever in flux between the powers of government and the liberty of our people, is never ending, and I am honored to have had a chance to place my hand to that task. We need to be careful of distinguishing between tolerance and accommodation. Evil does exist. It is real. We see it. We see it in the Ukraine. We see it here in our country. We see murder. We see rape. We see arson. We see all of these things. Evil exists, and our police are the line that divides civilized living from the carnage of anarchy. I thank our police officers and our first responders for all that they do. We have to be careful to distinguish between liberty and license, to distinguish between freedom and hedonism. Our people need that leadership. It's up to us to provide it. And as based on the U.S. Constitution, those rights are not ordained by government. They are ordained by the Almighty. And we risk a great deal if we don't respect that. I'm honored and privileged to have served under your leadership. I'm honored and privileged to have served each and every one of you, the staff members. As I bid farewell to this august body, I wish you the very, very best and Godspeed to every one of you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Without objection, all personal privileges and unanimous consent shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate. Is there any further business? I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before I begin the motion, I don't think any of us thanked Carol Alfano, our unbelievably trusty press person who is upstairs, hard at work again. Carol, if you're able to hear us, thank you very much. She does a great job for all of us. And now, Mr. President, thank you. I move the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of sending and receiving messages, processing enrolled bill reports and amendments, and when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.